Good morning, dear colleagues. We are starting the training workshop on guidelines and best practices in Armenia for micro, small, and medium enterprises in delivering energy efficient products and in providing renewable energy equipment. I would like to give the floor to Ms. Ani Ispiryan, Deputy Minister of Economy of Armenia. Ms. Ispiryan, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear Mr. Dubinsky, dear organizers, guests, participants, it's an honor to be invited to this conference on residential energy efficiency and alleviating energy poverty. And I would like to welcome all of the members and attendees of this event and stress the importance of this endeavor in mitigating the effects of climate change and improving the quality of life in Armenia, as well as in other countries. Residential housing, along with access to energy, are two of the most basic and vital human needs. Armenia has adopted several laws and regulations to govern the housing relationships after the privatization of real estate following the independence. However, upgrading the energy performance of most of the households, mainly old apartment buildings, still remains a problem. It is imperative that the existing housing stock should be modernized, renovated, and retrofitted to achieve a greener and more efficient energy performance level. One of the many ways to accomplish this objective is by encouraging and integrating the experience of private sector in managing, as well as identifying the ways to scaling up investments in energy efficiency in apartment complexes. Consultancy services should also be provided to showcase the optimal rehabilitation procedure and outcome for each building. This will help secure funding for the renovation process. There are several issues which we need to tackle, and perhaps there are many solutions to each problem. And we hope that the exchange of expertise during this conference will bring us closer to achieving our goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ispiryan. And now let me speak briefly of the project under which we conduct this training workshop, which is part of a bigger conference which started yesterday. So the project is funded by the United Nations Development Account. It's a project that was developed and being implemented as a response, kind of rapid response to the COVID-19 crisis in, globally. And as a result, this project, Global Initiative Towards Post-COVID-19 Resurgence of the Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises Sector, was developed and has been implemented since mid-2020. The project is led by our colleagues in UNCTAD, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. UNECE, UN Economic Commission for Europe, is one of the implementing partners. The overall goal of the project is to strengthen the capacity and resilience of MSMEs, micro, small, and medium enterprises, in developing countries and in economies in transition to mitigate the economic and social impact of the global COVID-19 crisis. In the framework of the project, the Sustainable Energy Division of UNECE focuses on developing guidelines and best practices for MSMEs on two topics: to assure resiliency and progress towards a circular economy in sustainable resource management and critical raw material supply chain solutions, and guidelines and best practices for MSMEs in delivering energy efficient products and in providing renewable energy equipment. So what has been done so far, we are close to the end of the project. Guidelines, I will only speak today, and we will speak today about the part that is dealing with MSMEs working in energy efficiency and renewable energy. Guidelines and best practices for MSMEs
Good morning, dear participants. Best experience, best practice in Armenia for MSM is on guidelines and best practices for macro, small, and medium enterprises in Armenia in delivering energy efficient products and providing renewable energy equipment. The study which is presented today is the study of the environment of the COVID-19 situation in Armenia, how it reflected on the economy of Armenia, in particular on the small and medium enterprises, and how it reflected on the small and medium enterprises which were involved in the renewable energy equipment provision and energy efficiency services and material provision and supply. As Oleg already presented, the project is implemented by the UNECE program and some detailed studies. The report has been done related to small and medium enterprises on the overall setting in this domain. And because of that reason, I would like to stop on after very briefly on the business environment and issues related to COVID-19 situation. What kind of measures were taken by the government, in particular for small and medium enterprises, and also at the end, what kind of recommendations could be made to improve the situation related to small and medium enterprise development process. This pointer is operating in a strange manner. If we look at the internal GDP results, which are generated as a cumulative output of activities, then we see that in January, September, compared to the same period of 2019 and January, September month, compared to 2021, then we can clearly see the declines and rises and developments. You can see the change in GDP starting from 2014. It had stable growth, and then there was a drop in 2020. There were some positive trends sequentially in 2021 and 2022. The two pillars you see different in color because the data are not yet official, but you can already see the trends, obviously. The drop was due to COVID-19. And this was followed by very heavy events due to aggression of Azerbaijan towards Nagorno-Karabakh and Armenia, which aggravated the situation. The decline relates mainly to the traditional industrial sectors in Armenia, including brandy manufacturing, iron smelting, diamond stone processing, tobacco, etc. As you see, the biggest decline was with the precious stones processing, jewelry industry, and tourism, of course. You can see this decline here too. This slide is about the trends which took place separately in micro, small, and medium enterprises. As you see, these sectors decline equally, most importantly, 6.1% of the labor turnover in absolute figures and growth percentage. It's a natural consequence of COVID-19 limitations, which led to serious changes in the markets related to the income generation, both in enterprises and the population, which led to the situation in the market, which led to the labor turnover and reduction of staff. Let's consider the energy sector. It's interesting that the electricity consumption in 2020 compared to 2019 increased. In industry by 6.2%, in transport by 6.6%. There was equal rise in households, and also there is a quite serious growth in the agricultural sector. The increase in agricultural sector is explained by the fact that the greenhouse led to serious energy consumption. The services sector was decreased by 10.4%. Electricity generation compared to 2019, we have quite serious growth, which is related to autonomous plants from 1.9% in 2019 to 2.7% in 2020, which by autonomous solar PVs increased by 2.4 times, which we consider as a very positive trend. Here we see the energy sector changes related to the pandemic in the recent 2-3 years. The interesting thing here is that we can see the solar power generation growth. That's the interesting point about this slide. You can see the consumption here. of electricity, how it grew in the agricultural sector. The rest of the sectors were proportionally growing, but the highest growth is with the agricultural sector. If we consider the trends expected by 2030, then we can see clear growth, which prompts that we need to develop renewable energy sector, energy efficiency, to secure required consumption and not allow higher dependence upon the import of energy carriers in Armenia, because it's one of the strategic issues in the energy sector to reduce the dependence upon external import of energy carriers. Let's talk about MSME's definition and characteristics. A couple of years ago, Armenian and European standards related to SMEs were harmonized, and there's no difference. The standards in Armenia from the European ones. The number of employees in in micro enterprises is from 0 to 9. For the small, it's between 10 and 49, and for the medium, 50 and 249. And also the turnover is used to define the enterprises. If we look at the share of MSMEs in the GDP, then you will see that 99% of our GDP is provided by the small MSMEs, whereas the highest number is the micro enterprises. I can see half of that, of the entire amount of the enterprises by quantity. We talk to the structure of gross value added by size of economic entities, then you will see that 2/3 is provided by the above mentioned enterprises. In terms of turnover, we can see starting from 2017, quite stable growth, which stopped in 2020. As it was mentioned, in the trends of the 2021 and 2022 are much more positive in Armenia. By considering by the types of enterprises separately, the micros having no employees, small and medium enterprises, we can see a very interesting trend where the smallest enterprises, which in fact are sole traders, they're grown right within the period of time which the other two enterprises declined by size, the enterprises by size. That's could be explained, but one segment of the market has been opened, which rapidly reacted by the micro enterprises, which are not dependent upon the big administrative issues, by being able to offer their services to the market. Allow me to reflect on the government support strategy actions related to COVID-19, pandemic-related counter strategy. In 2020, on March the 26th, the government announced about its measures, which was quite a rapid response, because in Armenia, COVID limitations, restrictions were introduced since February 2020, when the started. Since then, actually, these programs were already outlined then. Of course, the strategy has numerous sides. One can speak long about this, but probably not on this event, because it will take too much of your time. But in overall, they were aimed at the small and medium enterprises, overall functions, contributing, enabling measures like financing, subsidizing related to the functions. The other group is subsidies of the staff wages. The other group is about the fiscal policy implementation, which mitigates significantly corruption. Not restart that, I teacher. Related to the capital assets. Reports. The central bank reduced the rate of sure. Sure, yes, shimlesem. Yes, this живойлесem. Es handelt sich. Hosanka ancat vet. Like this, this will make nothing. Nici n-ai, mă. Sera problema.
Ես կնամ ընդ կողքից սրենի տանեմ, միջև կպանեմ։
Չի սենց։
Սա 80 կիլո ո՞ր մեկը։
Ինչ եղավ, էդի կան ինչ-որ չէ, ես հոսանքից արնա։
Okay. We'll continue with, for now, with the consecutive interpretation. I'll deal with problems next. And we'll keep going.
Uh, Ceva? Չունի։ Yeah. Yeah, we're fixed. We're fine. We're sorry about that. The Asian Development Bank, KfW, USAID, the European funds, UNDP programs, Green Economy Development Fund, Green Climate Change Fund. And they're the main donors in Armenia for the small and medium enterprise funding. And actually all of the donors are there to contribute to green technologies and development of decarbonization. The European Development Bank has programs which provide funds to the partner banks in Armenia, so-called partner financial institutions, including Armenia Bank, it's being funded heavily from European EBRD. Under GCF, Jeff. $10 million to the women-led enterprises. EU for Business program allocated another $5 million to develop the green economies. Agba Credit Agricole Bank received 20 million financing to finance MSMEs affected by the coronavirus in Armenia. Competitiveness program in Eastern Partnership countries plans for quite significant financial support, and not only in terms of funds, but also financial support, plans for financial assistance, technical assistance and grant to be used by these small and medium enterprises, which can be involved in the renewable energy development issues. There are other banks as well, UNECE Bank, Armenia Bank, and as you see, they have up to 4, 5 to 6 million USD to provide to their clients. And this trend is not like it's a single action program. They're periodical in terms of consumption of amounts that are being generated.
The Asian Development Bank is very active in the Armenian market, and they have already landed huge amounts for the development of the solar energy, and has a very serious trends to develop up to 205 megawatts of solar energy sources in Armenia by 2024. GCF regional projects in Armenia are also providing funds under their project to Armsis Bank, Agba Bank, UNECE Bank. As you can see, it varies from $4 to $6 million, and providing quite good conditions for funding of the small and medium enterprises and for example, IFC International Financial Corporation provided $15 million to Evoca Bank, and some amount was also provided to UNECE Bank. So as you can see, the market is very well funded by the international donor organizations. And by the way, this is just something that happens by itself, but it is thanks to specific activities of the government of Armenia Armenia by signing contracts and agreements with all these organizations, financial institutions. Now, coming back to the topic of the study, I would like to speak about the methodology. First of all, we have considered data from the Statistical Committee of Armenia, from statistical sources. We have studied the papers that have been done by the research institutions of Armenia or the international organizations, and all this was compared with the inquiry that was organized during the study. Well, and I think that during the most difficult task for the survey is to collect the data based on the questionnaire that we have developed. I mean, the feedback, the answers, and so we have covered 60 enterprises in Armenia who are involved in renewable energy and energy efficiency market. So in general, based on our observations in the market, there are about 100 to 120 enterprises that are registered as renewable energy and energy efficiency businesses. Of them, 60 of them were asked to answer the questionnaire, to fill in the questionnaire that we have developed. However, it took a lot of time for us to get the responses, the qualified responses, only from 24 of them, on based on which we build up our further survey. Of these 24 enterprises, probably they represent a larger scope of activities, and they were the players, the key players in Armenia are involved in energy efficiency sector, but in design work, in construction, civil engineering, in supply. And for example, for solar energy, for the production of the energy saving, production of energy saving building materials, import of this material, delivery of these materials, and all other things, equipment and materials that relate to the renewable energy. Until the electric imports of them, they were involved in the import of the electrical machinery. Involved in supplying the household with the heating systems, etc. So these 26 enterprises were well represented in the market. So the questionnaire was divided into 4 sections, each of them having pursuing their own specific goal, and responses were then analyzed for specific conclusions to be made. The first outstanding conclusion of the survey is about the staff. We can see that until 2020, February and after February of 2020, we can see the difference and changes in the staff, in the employees. Although we know that there were some restrictions, there were a lot of problems. However, you could see that the employees, the staff has increased 2 times during this period of the enterprises who responded to our questionnaires. In this slide, you can see that only 20% of the enterprises who informed about the staff reduction. The other enterprises also will also equal numbers. Those who said that they had no changes in their staff, and the others say that they have increased their staff. If we consider the turnover of these enterprises, annual turnover, then the average increase of the turnover total to 91%, which is considered quite a positive performance, and only 70% of these enterprises say that they have some drop in their turnover, annual turnover. 18% of the respondents, meaning 18 from 24, had an average of 293% of turnover increase. Half of them, almost half of them had 183% of increase in turnover compared with the previous periods. Here you can see the morbidity occurrence of the staff after before and after 2020. If you look at the data, you can see that the morbidity rate has increased only by 2%. Meaning that there were only 2% of the employees on the sick leave. If you look at the numbers on sick leave due to the health problems, you can see that during the COVID-19 pandemics, the employees were absent longer than usual, and so this number has increased by 256%. You can see the answers of the responders. What were the compensation by the government under the state programs? And you can see that only 62.5% of respondents have received various 62.5% has not received any benefit for the sick leave, meaning that the companies were sufficient with their own internal resources to support them. Now the number of the vaccinated employees. As the survey was conducted on September, October, and November of last year, we can see that the situation has significantly increased or changed. And this is government public policy to encourage the vaccination, and now the situation is quite different of what we had before. But you can see a very simple image here that shows the reduction of the morbidity and the missing working days because of the vaccination. It is clearly it is clearly shows that the more the vaccinated persons are, the less they were absent for the sick leave. Considering the sort of strategy of the employees by this SMEs, which were developed by the enterprises by themselves, you can see that the slashing down trend occurs only among the 17% of the enterprises. I cannot see it well on the screen, but the question was whether you had to cut the jobs at your enterprises. So the answer were only 12 of the respondents answered that they had to cut the jobs. Next is were there any problems? Were there any problems with regard to the consequences of the COVID-19? And only 17% says that they had some problems. Whether the next question is whether the employees had the compensation from the enterprises, 58% has got the compensation. The question, next question is whether there were leaves without payment, and 100% of the respondents say that there was no such a case. Everybody was paid during their leave. And now let us speak about the strategy by the enterprises during this period. And the question is whether did the COVID-19 crisis reveals the company's strengths and weaknesses? Positively, the positive answer is 75%. Are you going to review the company's the strategy in the market? 54% says that they want to revise their strategy in the market. Next question is, have you had to cut out the business ties with the countries who were in the red zone? Only 13% answers that yes, they have. It's only 13%, only 13% may give the positive answer. Did you have to sell part of your business because of the financial situation? Yes, 1/3 of the enterprises had to sell part of their businesses. Do they have new products and services added during this period? 75% of the enterprises said that they have enlarged their products and services during this period. Is the remote work was efficient for the enterprises? Only 88% of the respondents say that yes. Did they have to switch to the remote mode of work? 79% says yes. If we consider the business survival rate and trends among the respondents, you can see that The sales has increased or remained unchanged for 62% of the respondents, and only among and it reduced only by 38%. And the question is, what is the changes in the competitiveness strength of the company? Almost 80% of them respond to say that their competitiveness will remain on the same level or even improved. The next question is whether the production process has changed significantly, and almost 80% of the respondents say that it has changed or not changed at all. And only 25% of the businesses say that the production process has changed significantly. Only 8% of the respondents said that they had the reduction in wages and salaries and fees. The property unchanged or a change only among the 8%. So this is among the respondents. What would you recommend to the government for the further support to the businesses? This is another question. And for example, in the fiscal policy, by the way, I would like to say that the answers were free, and there was no, they were free in giving any answer they want to, and there was not a multiple choice option. And so we have indicated the answers as they were made, answered by the respondents. Now, with regard to the fiscal policy, they say that they need to to subsidize the business loans and to reduce the interest rate from 0 to 3%, to delay delay the repayment of the principal amount, to ensure the tax reductions, to and create more favorable conditions for the businesses, and also relieve the tax payment conditions, to delay, to postpone the VAT payment. Max Saturk. And also to reduce the customs duties. To implement, these are the recommendations to the government made by the respondents. To create enabling conditions for among the consumers, which will result in increasing the demand to the renewable energy. As of course, the answers were quite interesting, which then we have summarized in our conclusions. So let me go a little bit ahead because of the shortage of time. Just an interesting question. There was a question. An interesting question. How long will it take for your business to recover to its pre-COVID-19 state? About 50% of the companies or the business say that in 1 or 2 years, the former condition situation will come back. The other one says that from 2 to 3, but the most optimistic was 40%, who said that they had no specific idea how long will it take to recover the former situation. Of course, it is very difficult to make any projection with this regard. The question, do you plan to change your business activity? So 100% of the respondents say no, they are not going to change their business, and which means that they still rely on their business and on the future of their activities. The question, are you going to have establish some reserves, and they say that yes, many of them said yes. They are planning to establish some reserves. And this is a very interesting group of responses with regard to the subsidies and subsidy programs of the government. 9 of the answers were negative and only 1 was positive. The negativity the negative answers were due to the high interest rate of the loans. And the mandatory collateral or pledge, this is also considered as a restriction, and the other different restrictions with regard to the right to borrow, with regard to the right to borrow. And last one, and the subsidies, they say that the subsidies were not a big amount for them. I mean, they were not significant. In general terms, the key findings of the survey were the following: that in general terms, the staff of in the energy efficiency in the renewable energy sector has increased by 120%. The turnover in general terms has increased by 91%, which is also a very positive trend. Of course, we have had a lot of sick leaves, increase in the sick leaves, but this increase actually did not have any impact on the did not create any shortage of the staff and the specialists. Here it is more important to see what the changes are, how the efficiency and effectiveness of the industries increased. If you look at this slide, you can see that the efficiency and productive effectiveness shows a decline compared with the the productivity has a decline compared with the annual turnover, and by comparing the human resources, you can see quite a declining productivity. This comes to prove that the situation is not that much optimistic, and it shows that was there not the COVID situation, the productivity would be much higher. But we have reserves to improve the situation, to recover the situation, and to improve the state supporting program and ensure better conditions for the enterprises. We have considered specific issues with regard to the women's involvement and participation. As I have already mentioned, there are quite large financial resources in this sector, and there are specific financial resources that are dedicated to the development of the women's businesses, are businesses run owned by the women. Now let us consider some experience that we can demonstrate as the programs implemented under the COVID-19 pandemics. Of these several examples, only one was included in our questionnaire, in our survey, and the others without being presented in the findings of the survey we made. We can see that there were a lot of investments in the development of the renewable energy development. For example, for 4 megawatt solar PV in Yerevan. It was implemented by a small enterprise with a few of the employees. It was funded. Enterprise was funded. I was prompted that we have no time, and so this 8 megawatt solar system, the cooling system at the Tamara fruit well-known factory. Now I'm going straight to the final part of my presentation. The Armenian government, as we have said, has launched 25 support activities with a total amount of 200 billion Armenian drams. And naturally, these activities had their positive impact, ensuring anyway the increase. When we had no decline in renewable energy and in the energy efficiency programs implementation. So the sector has a quite specific increase, although there were some gaps that need to be corrected or addressed by more detailed survey or consideration of the projects that are designed to improve the situation even more in this sector, to support the SMEs active in this sector. The first is to expand the availability of the funds to develop and increase the efficiency in loan management. To introduce the state insuring system for the SMEs, especially for those who are involved in who were active in the energy efficiency and renewable energy market. To develop specific programs dedicated to SMEs by providing them grants and jointly with the government develop programs to foster the development of the sector. The most important is to ensure bilateral cooperation between the enterprises and those institutions that are responsible for the development of the sector. Increase the visibility and accessibility of the state-supported programs and services with regard to the activities of the donors. To improve accessibility conditions, to increase even more the scope of the possible stakeholders and participants, to ensure access of SMEs to digital technologies. To review and to improve the state procurement programs by giving the priority to the local energy efficiency and renewable energy suppliers. To ensure to increase the number of the grants and non-interest bearing loans. And the last one is about the advisory activities for the enterprises that were while considering these advisory activities to the enterprises, we see that there is a need to improve the visibility of these advisory activities provided by for example, international organizations, donor organizations, to use to make a larger use of the digital platforms and access to data, to develop to boost the online sales and marketing tools, to increase the to improve the new technology, the adoption of the new technologies with regard to the new equipment, to develop business strategies that will ensure the increase of the supply of goods. And let me summarize by this. Unfortunately, the time limit does not allow me to go into more details. Anyway, this report will be available. It will be shared with you, and can be used as a guideline for the further development of the business. This much. Thank you.
Hello, allow me to speak in Armenian. Firstly, thank you for this opportunity to have a presentation here. My name is Aram Khitarian. I'm the Executive Director of Agro-Leasing LLC. Starting from 2020, we started the energy efficiency loan allocation. We've implemented several projects, one of which is the project with Habitat Armenia towards energy improvement of energy efficiency in buildings. Under the project, it was planned in the city of Yerevan and Marses to make funding of energy efficiency measures, but we started in 2020, and that was the beginning of COVID pandemic. And actually, at the end, finally, the project was implemented in the city of Yerevan only. We made funding of more than 20 buildings under the project, and renovated and increased the energy efficiency in the buildings. When we, in the beginning, we heard about the condominium funding, the Habitat informed that there is such a plan to implement such a project in Armenia. I've been careful in the beginning in approaching the project. Firstly, there was no previous experience of funding condominiums. We've had no such experience over our 20 years of activity, and we wanted to share with our colleagues that we want to do this project to make a project on funding of condominiums. And it appeared that there was no such experience available in Armenia at all. The issue was that the condominium efficiency, the trust towards the level of trust towards the condominiums was not that high, was not adequate, which in the beginning caused our curiosity. The fact that we were careful. We tried together with Habitat identified, and we identified found out that they had quite good solvency and reputation in the communities. The first steps indeed were risky, seemed to be risky to us, but later on we agreed, we started to implement the project, we started to study, to understand whom are we going to fund, what are the possibilities in place, and we found out that that they're very good, well working, operating condominiums having good results. In order to clarify what I mean by saying good condominiums, there are condominiums which have more than 80% of collection rates. 87%, 85% of population and more, they make the due payments to the condominiums. This is not only securing the financial sustainability, and it secures the normal accounting and cash flow. There is public trust. If 80% of the population pays, then if they didn't see the results, they wouldn't have done or that was the first step we saw that we can work with the condominiums, and we started to consider specific activities to fund. But we started the project quite in a difficult time. In February 2020, we decided, upon discussion of the details together with the Habitat team, that we need to implement the project. And in March, COVID started. In reality, we thought then to suspend or delay the implementation of the project for a while, but then we understood that it was supposed to take long, and there's no point to postpone and wait until the stability is back. And that was the accurate decision, the right decision. And we initiated the funding in March 2020, and we've had good results. And of course, it's impressive, and we would have to speak about this too. That the project, that the condominiums, that the activities were supposed to be implemented late summer, early fall. But then in September, the war started in Artsakh, which raised additional risk in terms of the funds and in terms of successful accomplishment of the project. So you can imagine that they were supposed to make some activities, improvements. If not, they were facing the winter, and they couldn't have stopped if they delayed those to spring, and they were supposed to start again in spring. And we go back to the condominiums to discuss, to see whether they are going to stop the activities or suspend those for a while. But all of the condominiums that said that they were committed to continue the activities, and that was the case. In fact, all of the activities we've done in 2020, 2021, there were no delays, no issues raised. All of the payments were done in due time, and the project resources funded activities were implemented by the condominiums. Despite the small experience working with the condominiums, there is a very little experience of working with the condominiums in Armenia. Despite the legal risks which were in place in 2020, 2021, there were some changes in the laws related to condominiums. I'm not fully aware. Probably my colleagues would provide more accurate information. For example, we fund the condominium of 10 buildings, and we serve one building only, and the collection rate was changed in that one building, which were under the project coverage. The other 9 buildings, it was illogical that they were supposed to pay for the retrofitting of building 10. There are different risks. During this funding, there were such questions raised that we needed to understand them rapidly and react to them. Then, in terms of the risk, it's a good experience, and we hope that the project will be continued. There will be new projects in the Republic of Armenia because the results are obvious. And this Soviet heritage legacy of the residential stock in terms of upgrade of the buildings for energy efficiency, there's still a lot to do. And the continuous nature of such projects, I think, will have a significant importance for this residential stock is improved by improving the living standard, living conditions of residents. Are there any questions? If you allow me, there is a microphone there. You can use that for your question. There is a comment on the legislation from our representative of the Urban Development Committee. You mentioned the changes, Mr. Mkhitaryan. There is a requirement that each and every building should have a separate account. It will contribute to the lending processes coordination. There are several buildings under one account, which was a serious problem. When in one building, they plan to make activities, and then the payments from other buildings are supposed to be used for that one. Now the legislation is different. We will present during the next session our policy on multi-apartment building management. Thank you. Other questions, please? I have a question myself. It's strange that no one asked that question yet. Normally we're concerned about that. How do you consider the solvency of condominiums? And how do you assess the loan risk? It's clear that there is no collateral, and that's the biggest horror of the crediting organizations. There are no assets. What's the acceptable amount of the loan and the risk management issue? Thank you for the question. In reality, we have a different issue, which is a big one, related to financial budgets of the condominiums and the buildings. Every apartment's payment fluctuates between 500 to very little amounts. If we compared financial balances of the condominiums, we saw that they're small. There were no large condominiums to have bigger flows, financial flows. So therefore, we found out that there were no possibility to fund them to credit them. The biggest, because of the lack of flows. That was under the 5 million drams framework. So we did do big funding. In fact, in the banking sector, I think in Armenia, the majority of credit companies and banks have such schemes in place for them to assess the risk and provide up to 5 million dram funding without collateral. So there was no urgent issue of having or having not collateral in place because the amounts were not that big. As to the financial flows and other types risk assessment, I should mention that in the beginning we thought it would be difficult, complicated. It was not a regular thing to how to understand the financial flows. But all of the documents with all the condominiums when we worked, they were all in place. We saw this history 3 years before, 2 years before, how much monies they received every month, whether they do savings or not, whether they efficiently use the amounts, who make the decisions. Even this decision-making stage for us was containing uncertainty because we didn't know to provide a loan to the condominium. Who should decide? All of the residents or the building only should be renovated, or probably the condominium have a collective board to decide, but there were too many risks, but there were logical solutions found after all. As to the cash flow analysis, it was clear in reality. We saw the debits and credits, we saw the history, we could assess the time period and understand if they were solvent or not. Thank you. Let me clarify. According to our legislation, if the condominium chairman with his or her personal property is responsible for the condominium's liabilities, if the company takes the loan for 5 million, the chairman, in case of failure, is liable. There is appropriate paper. We from the condominium chairmen asked for financial guarantees. They were committed personally, the condominium managers, the chairman, normally they worked in the same condominiums, were accepted that as important to their home, and they were committed to provide personal guarantee by their own assets. There's some fans of their job and dedicated people who undertake the personal responsibility for the loans. But these are still some individual cases. You want to add to what was said? Yes, thank you. When we worked with the banks and the condominiums, we should mention that, yes, this legal risk is there because there are gaps in legal framework. We have 2 laws on condominium, multi-apartment building management and condominiums. In these 2 laws, there is an episode which is not consistent. In one case, the decision is made by the condominium members, which could be residents in other buildings, the homeowners. And in the other case, it's done by that building owners. So there were some buildings who were willing to be covered by a project, but they failed because of this circumstance. But I thank to this crediting AgroLeasing and Ineco Bank, who, irrespective to this risk, they undertook the responsibility to credit because it's developing market. We now they fill the gaps by this law reformation process. It's in process, and this is an issue which will be solved in time. For sure. Thank you, Mr. McIntyre, and I want to take the account to opportunity and thank Ms. Varsanik-Floyan, who guided us from the very beginning. This decision-making, whether to participate in the project or not, was complicated, but thanks to Varsanik, she shared her experience with us. And that was also the prerequisite for the well-funded projects and good results. Thank you. Now, there was misunderstanding of the time. Let's go back to our first presenter, Metropolitan Research Institute, who made research in this field, and the managing director, Ms. Hanna Shemsov. was not that exactly to study the poverty. Our objective wasn't the objective to study the social vulnerability. Our objective was in the multi-apartment buildings where our project and I present today, UNDP heat insulation project in buildings, where together with the communities, we insulated approximately 36 buildings as of today, and 35 more buildings are still ongoing. So it's more than 70 buildings in total. Our study was done to solve two important issues. The first one, to what extent these buildings, which are not selected by us, but the municipalities, given their community needs, whether this selection is socially fair, to what extent the residents living in these buildings vulnerable, whether there are many women's-led households, whether they're targeted these amounts which should be used from our state budgets. And you know that our state's budget has a written principle of fairness, social fairness. If it's not, the allocation is fair, whether we need to continue to work with the subvention projects. If we continue, then what we need to focus on, because our program as well has a clearly defined gender and social inclusion requirement. And by that, we implemented our study. The second slide, please, the next one. Yeah. Before starting the study, we wanted to be consistent to our country poverty studies methodology for our results to be comparable with the officially published information in our country. Starting from 2014, the World Bank experts over 2 years, together with our local experts, thought of the poverty we calculated starting from 1995. The poverty survey should be accomplished with new standards, because the life is changed now and people require other conditions to improve their lives. And we discussed 5 indicators and accepted, which was sound heating idea. Our country's experts, and to some extent the NGOs and specialists, arrived to the conclusion from their own experiences and studying their background that it's very important for the public how you heat your apartment in winter time. If you secure this warming environment, if you're able to use the right methods of heat, of you burn rubber, tires, old clothes, and carbon, it became hard. It became a serious problem for our country. First time the poverty surveys, which is being published in November every year, you can follow their website. It's a social image of Armenian poverty. First time multi-dimension poverty idea concept was introduced in this report. And there was a deprivation word in this concept. It was mentioned that deprivation was as a development, human development in different sectors, capacity gaps, which in the meantime take changes, and they can negatively reflect it on the capacity to avoid poverty. I provided the English translation to the translators because the World Bank's international terminology. Now in Armenia, according to the experts, the heating in apartments, ability to secure heating at home was considered as deprivation. What was considered by the statistics committee under that deprivation, it was considered the following. They decided it like that. That was a matter of decision with the World Bank specialists. That deprivation, the household is considered to be deprived from sound heating if they use as a primary source of heating fuel wood, coal, other measures. First of all, manure, because our studies covered the entire country, all the rural and urban areas. Paper, rubber articles, all of the stuff which is not considered the proper fuel. Based on that, we went to our buildings. Now we'll talk about this survey. But we needed a new approach where we were supposed to do it in the urban areas because the multi-apartment buildings were in the cities. We were supposed to do in small towns and forest areas in Aftalat Ashir. And B, in these towns and cities, there was no manure or rubber plants because these were probably in private houses, in individual houses, probably it might be. We didn't study Austria, did a good study in villages. We were supposed to concentrate on cities and towns and multi-apartment buildings because that was the restriction for us because the neighbors wouldn't allow to use rubber, at least multi-apartment buildings. That's why we were restricted by this. But we switched from sound heating to energy efficiency heating behavior because our project is an energy efficiency project and our issue is not the poverty, but the energy efficiency. And we took 3 criteria here that heating is done with fuel wood. It's an efficient behavior. If they hit the apartment using fuel wood, we approach to our poverty criteria. If not complete, it's not inadequate. It's inadequate the heating. They heat one room or they get together in kitchen. We did it by means of Kunde of the completeness, and they use stuff or other means, self-made, in particular, handmade ones. Because this poverty indicators, vulnerability indicators, it's inefficient, those lacking energy efficiency measures. As heating means, we selected 3 types of heating: the local heating, boilers on walls. We had no local heating, which we have in the cities. It's we consider that local. It's we call it Baxi type because our people know it as a Baxi system. The other one is the turbo. It doesn't matter. They call it turbo. Closed cycle gas stoves and other type of stoves in handmade. Our people are so interesting. They received the stoves under humanitarian relief in the towns close to the forest, not to cut the forest a lot because it's more efficient still. They did all of these stoves based on gas because gas is cheaper because state regulated the tree logging issue. And once they face that problem, they switch to the gas. They use the stoves in the gas kitchen gas stoves to heat the premises. Also, electricity, natural gas and electricity as fuel, as heating type, and the heating regime, whether I heat for 100%, meaning that I heat all the rooms, or 50% or 30%. We agreed with the interviewers how to assess this in our guidance. Now let's switch to the behavior of measuring by saying that we can move forward, that it was considered energy efficient if they did it fully, if they used the Baxi system, if they use the natural gas. We consider that one because in our conditions, they almost don't use air conditioners to heat. This is electricity which is not efficient heating. And with this methodology, we switched to our survey. We did it among households. We wanted to study the behavior of households for heating to improve it in our project. We made in 2020, November, December, the implementation wide was 9 cities and towns: Yerevan, Kajaran, Spitak, Akhtala, which submitted the applications for energy efficiency. Stepanavan, Vanazor, Tashir, Akhtala, Vedin, Dashtara. We made 1,738 households. There were so many apartments apart from closed doors and rented apartments. We didn't go in rented apartments. If you take the selection, that was representative, the selection. That's why our selection is not representative, though we went to some 2,000 households because it wasn't selected by us, that was selected by the municipality. And we went to all the households having open doors. So this is not a representative selection choice. A little social gender indicators, which was very important for our project. 52% of interviewers were women and girls living in these families. 29% of the families were headed by women. It's 30% in the country. The national average number is about that. We were close to that. More than 8% of families were getting benefits, which is the exact number which is provided by the Ministry of Labor and Social Issues. 8.2% of families were getting family benefits. Some 20% had disabled members, and there were families having 2 disabled members, disabled children, and single retired pensioners. By the way, 76% of them are single female pensioners. The other were the female, the men.
So, Vedika, if we consider these 3 indicators, there were some who had no heating at all, based on the statistic data of Armenia. About 1.7, 1.9% has no heating at all. But we can also refer to our Moldovan colleague that yes, there are some houses in Vanadzor that these apartments have been purchased by people who live in Yerevan, and these houses are not heated at all. So we have this gap, and we have to consider this gap into account. 7% of the population are heating their houses. 8% almost are heating with the timber, with the firewood, and some 83%, some 70% cannot adequately heat their apartments, of which 20%, of which 30%, of which 30% are heating only one room, meaning that they all live in one room. So all these indicators we have, by using these indicators, we try to assess the male, female peculiarities, because it is one of our key indicators, because the 20% that we pay for co-funding, the 30% at least of it we shall be used to the households headed by women, meaning that we have to have this situation in order to justify the spending of this amount. And let us see whether the women are vulnerable or not. So the families headed by women, the households headed by women, the majority of them, about 11%, do not have an energy behavior, and men-headed households are 9% have it. So the women are more vulnerable. So the more vulnerable are the households of single with a single woman, female, and usually these families, these single females living in an apartment almost do not have the central heating system in their apartments. And all these data are available on this in this table, and if you are interested in details, you can use them. But these are not the national data. These are just the data collected by the service. And let me make a conclusion and finish my presentation. So the key for so this is the key findings, which is a very good instrument for the policymakers also. So the households headed by women with family benefits are 2 times more vulnerable than the household headed by men with family benefits. With regard to the heating, from the heating perspective, whatever I say, it is about the heating. So 30% of the heating regime is let us see that there is a person sitting in a corner of the house with 3 hours of heating. So in case of 30% of heating regime, the households headed by women with benefits are 3 times more vulnerable than that of the man-headed households. The households with a member with disability, women-headed families households are more vulnerable than men-headed families, because however the single woman pensioner is 3 times or 2 times more vulnerable than the single man single male living alone. So as you see, women are quite deprived in this case. And so the conclusions are not, might not be very interesting for you, but the recommendations can be useful. So, but a couple of recommendations we will make that we will include in our national gender program with some addition that in the family benefit system and based on different countries' experience, it can be part of the subvention. It can be part of this. There could be a subvention part in the family benefit, which will be used for addressing the thermal poverty. And the second, that the single pensioners, we have to support the single pensioners in more effective and efficient manner to improve the thermal poverty situation. But there should be a mechanism, we should find a kind of mechanism, because it is going to be very difficult for them to live in the winter time with such a thermal poverty. And I would like to say that at the moment we are all talking about the further operation and maintenance costs of these buildings, because we know that it is not going to be an endless process, because the systems may fail someday, and for that we have to work more closer with socially vulnerable, deprived families, and to include them in a certain mechanism, and to use certain mechanisms to involve them in the support program within the condominium, because they are becoming more vulnerable than others. Thank you very much. I have also included the results of various surveys, and let us work together. Thank you. Thank you. I have a lot of things to say, but we do not have much time. If there are questions from the audience or from the online audience, if they have questions, please. Only I would like to add one thing. And you see the women-headed families have such a poor energy efficiency, energy poverty situations. And you see, if a male is unemployed, and they get these benefits, but sometimes they can do a day labor in a construction or somewhere. That's why they they automatically have advantage over the women. So the men-headed family who are considered as employed, but maybe have some temporary job or day labor, they are in a better position. They can afford some heating systems or something to improve the thermal situation in their houses than the women-headed families. Just
How are you? Hi, Alisa. Yeah, my children study in Basel, Alisa. Yeah. Yeah. Where are you from, Russia? Khabarovsk. Oh, okay. Mm. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. We should overcome this. no, Yuri, not this time. Yeah, Andre will present instead of me regarding the building passport forms. So, yeah. Probably not. I had suggested Alisa's presentation, but nobody followed up with her. And it came out that Varsany told me the other day that she didn't know about this. Actually, I liked your presentation, Alisa. I think it was 2 years ago in 2010. Yeah. Yeah. I was in Germany. Welcome.
Do that to make sure if you don't speak Armenian to be able to follow the discussion. So I go ahead and introduce the video of Arsenik, if that's right. So welcome everyone to this fourth session. Sorry about this. Yes. So sorry, this is the challenge of hybrid sessions. Hi everyone, my name is Gyuri Sümegi from Habitat for Humanity International. I'm calling in from Budapest, Hungary to moderate this upcoming session, which was supposed to start now. People in live in Yerevan are just finishing their lunch break. So in the meantime, we would like to present you a short video about the achievements of the Rely project by Habitat for Humanity Armenia in Armenia. So please have a look, and once the video finished, we will start the session. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. We start our next session now. My name is György Sümegi from Habitat for Humanity International's Europe office based in Slovakia, Bratislava. But now I'm calling in from my home from Budapest, Hungary. This is the fourth session of this conference. And in the last 2 days, we addressed residential energy efficiency and energy poverty from many aspects. We talked about best practices, how to support homeowner associations, and other best practices addressing renovation of multi-apartment buildings. We talked about financing models. We talked about how to define energy poverty and what challenges it has. And now at this session, we move to a more technical aspect, which is housing management, management of buildings, multi-apartment buildings, and how to use different types of data and technology to improve the management of buildings. We have a 19-minute session ahead of us with a very distinguished line of speakers. It's also an interesting group of speakers because since this is a hybrid event, it's not only me who is online from this panel, but the majority of speakers in this session are joining online from different parts of Europe. And also we have 2 distinguished speakers who will join us from Armenia. Technicalities, we will have a 10-12-minute presentation by each speakers. I ask my dear speakers to try to stick to this because we have quite a long list of speakers, so we need to be fair to the speakers coming later, so please keep to the time, and I will indicate this to finish in time. And for the audience, we will have a chance to ask questions. If you are sitting in the room in Yerevan, at the end, we will give the microphone to you to ask questions. And if you are joining online, we have a good 20 people joining online. Please write your questions in the chat here in Zoom whenever you seem fit. And we try to address the questions at the end of the session. Just before we start, just a personal remark. I still have very vivid memories when I attended a UN Sustainable Energy Conference in 2015, September in Yerevan, and I wish I could attend again. I could not, but really Yerevan is a very nice memory to me. So, and I know that many of the people who sit in the room we met back then. Without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to our first speaker, who is Ms. Alisa Freire, a data and digital solution expert from Pan Data GmbH company from Basel, Switzerland, who will talk about a case study on data solutions for energy efficiency in buildings. Alisa, the floor is yours. Not yet. Yes, I asked the organizers if you could start sharing Alisa's presentation. That's it. Very good. Thank you. It was 12, but it was great, and the original deal was 12. So thank you, Alisa. It was super educational, and I'm asking the audience that Alisa has to leave very soon for another assignment. So we want to give her the opportunity. So if you have any questions now, please ask it now. I'm asking the online audience to put the question in the chat, or if there's any question from the room in Yerevan, please, this is the time to ask any questions or comments you have for Alisa. No question in the chat box. Is there any question from the room? I have one question for you. I'm coming from as an NGO mostly from a poverty perspective. Can you give some examples how applying these tools could help alleviating energy poverty in these buildings? Thank you. Thank you very much. And please reach out to Alisa or the organizers if you want to have any further discussion with Alisa. And thank you, Alisa, for being here. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jonathan Volt, the project manager for BPIE, Building Performance Institute Europe, from, I guess, from the Berlin office in Germany. And Jonathan will talk about the role of EPCs, energy performance certificates, and building renovation passports in stimulating energy retrofitting of the buildings. Jonathan, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes.
All right, perfect. Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you for having me. My name is Jonathan, as you said. I'm very honored to be here digitally in Yerevan. I hope to be able to visit very soon. But as said, I will present two of the main information tools that we have that we're working on in the European Union. I should maybe go to the next slide. I represent BPA, which is a non-for-profit think tank. We're conducting research on building performance in general, but my role as a political science is focusing on the policy aspect. So how can we improve the building stock? How can we make sure it reaches net zero in time and that it contributes to the climate targets, and also, of course, helps people or energy poor people to lower their energy bills and have a decent home and so on. So this is what we do. We're involved in a number of different projects, and we're doing this, of course, because just as what was shown in the video, many of these problems we share in the European Union. We have a very old building stock. Many of them were built between the 50s and 80s, so they were built with before the building performance requirements in the European Union were introduced. So they were built to a very low efficiency standard. And this is something we now struggle with, and that comes with many problems. Energy poverty is one of the main problems. And I was asked to present two main instruments here today. The first one is the energy performance certificate. The second one is the building renovation passport. I will explain what this is and what we mean about this when we talk about it. And then, of course, questions, but I guess that comes later in the overall agenda. But if we start with the energy performance certificates, it is a information and marketing transformation tool. It basically all new buildings, all buildings are being sold or rented out, needs to get an energy performance certificate in the European Union. And this certificate does then show the efficiency level of the specific building. And the purpose of this is to give the buyers or renters an indication of what is the efficiency level of my building, how much will it cost for me to heat my building, and so on. But it is also introduced to put a value on efficiency. So making sure that more efficient buildings becomes more valuable. And if people value efficiency, that will then also lead to some market transformation and so on. But it is not perfect, and it has been going on for 20 years in the European Union. I will quickly just go through the history. It was introduced 2002 in the first building directive that we have. It was then said that all the buildings, I said, needs to have one of these EPCs. Also, all larger buildings that are larger than 1,000 square meters. Then in 2010, they saw that this is not working exactly as we want. So they introduced a number of improvements in terms of quality control, in terms of compliance, in terms of when you need to show the EPC. So now, from 2010, it was introduced so that in all, real estate advertisements, you need to show the EPC label of the building so that people know it. It was also introduced that all EPCs need to introduce specific recommendations for the building. So how can it be improved? This was then improved again in 2018, and we are now again in 2022. We have a new proposal of the Buildings Directive with a number of additional improvements of the energy performance certificates. And I should say the certificates is very important in the European Union's building policy. And for the third time now, they hope that these additions will make it work more perfectly, because we have, the EU, we have 27 member states, but we have even more energy performance certificate schemes, because some countries have regional differences and so on. And they all differ in terms of how they look like. You see some examples there, but also the content, what do they show? What are the underlying methodologies? What does one EPC cost? In some countries it's 10 euros, in other countries it's 1,000 euros, and does also influence the quality of these instruments. And one example is that some of them are based on the asset ratings. What is the insulation level of different components? What is the heating system of the specific building? While a couple focus on only the operational ratings, so how much does the building actually consume in terms of energy? And there's a number of countries that use a mix of both, because they both have their specific weaknesses. I don't think I have time to go through them. I will just say a couple of words on how it has impact the property value. So does people really care about the EPC rating? And this is now 5-6 years old, so it has improved a bit. But you see here that it's basically 1/4 of real estate agents that said that when people are buying a building or apartment, DPC is actually influencing the interest and the cost of. But we see in some countries where DPC has been introduced in a more sensible way, where they have real reliability of the instrument and so on, we see that people are actually attaching a value to DPC rating. Portugal is one place where we see that the high classes, so the high efficiency ratings, people are willing to pay much more for those buildings. And the same in France. You see here for the different regions that the highest DPC ratings are valued higher. But I should say all of these studies is difficult to single out the indicator of DPC rating from all other indicators, and the rating and the efficiency level of building in general is always valued much less than, of course, where is the building placed, how does, what does the kitchen look like, and things like that are not energy related. Okay, a couple lessons before I quickly go through the next one. We have learned of these 20 years that quality and reliability of the instrument is key, but also that it needs to include relevant aspects for the building owner or for the end users. If it's if it's a house owner association, they need to be able to look at this and be able to deduct information. Many of these EPCs are way too technical and doesn't include recommendations that are valuable. And then linking it to the previous presentations, this EPC data needs to be digital because it can really be used to assess which buildings need to be renovated. How should they be renovated? How can we do this on a district level, for example? Maybe couple it with improvement of the district heating system or things like that. And this data has not been used in this way so far, but this is one valuable output. I will now quickly go through the next one because I think the time is running out. So this is a new instrument that is being popping up more and more, and it's introduced in this new proposal of the Buildings Directive. And this one more relates to how the building can be renovated. So for example, when you renovate the building yourself or you based it, my dad always asks his neighbors what they do, and he just the same. And if you're going to renovate your building to a high performance level, you tend to do it in the wrong order, and you end up with additional cost to reach this end goal. It is I think it often is a bit like when you produce an IKEA furniture and you miss one step on the way, and then you realize maybe 5 steps later that, oh damn it, I need to go back and redo all these steps. And that's, of course, on a building level, it costs time, and it most notably costs a lot of money to do it in the wrong things. For example, if you put PV on the roof and then 5 years later you realize, oh no, I need to put the insulation there as well. You need to redo it, So this is the theoretical thinking behind it, because in the EU we discuss the renovation rates of how much people renovate, but also the renovation depth. So what is the overall energy saving of each renovation? And we need to go to a place where we have a high renovation rate, but also high renovation depth. But the reality is that most people cannot renovate deeply in one step because it's too expensive. It costs a lot of money, and that is true for single family buildings, also true for large apartment buildings. And then, if you need to do it in different steps, you need to do it in the right order, and taking all these aspects into account. And this is why the building renovation passport is coming up in the EU, because it sets out the step-by-step renovation roadmap for the building, while the certificate is there to really just indicate the current status of the building. And this is what it does. I mean, it sets out the long-term targets. How do we, in EU, we talk about zero emission building, but it can also take into account the aspects of the people living there. So how do people use the building? How do people, you know, yeah, what is the behavior of people living there? Are also aspects that can be taken into account and just make this renovation more popular for the end user by tailoring it to their needs and not just to the building performance aspects. This is the most prominent example we have in the EU. Is from the German called the Individuelle Sanierungsfahrplan. And it shows here on the left side, you see the actual state or the current state of the building. These are the different renovation stages you need to conduct in order to reach this high performance level. And you see a specific timeline. For example, you can integrate in 5 years, I need to change my gas boiler, and then you take that into account. And then you reach the end goal.
Jonathan, we need
Yeah.
to wrap up very
I think
soon.
I'm sorry, but this is
That's fine.
my last slide. But basically, we see that this passport has been effective in improving the quality of the renovation, both in terms of what is being implemented, but also the quality of the components, and a number of things. I'm happy to share my slides, and you can have a closer look. And I'm also available to answer questions by email. And I'm sorry for taking a bit too much time. I got too excited about this. So back to you, George.
Thank you, Jonathan. It is really exciting. I think, especially, probably many of you know that generally the EU doesn't have a competence for housing, legally speaking, for member states. And exactly this energy policy, and especially the energy performance of buildings, where it does have this competence. So this is the most powerful policy tool currently the EU is having to influence housing improvements in member states and beyond, because many countries around the EU are joining the EU energy community and introducing similar policies. So it's very significant. Thank you very much, Jonathan. It was very powerful. Our next speaker is coming from Armenia now. So we are going to Yerevan. And I will ask Mr. Andrei Ohanian from UNDP Armenia to give a presentation about the passportization of buildings and energy passports. Andrei, are you with us? Okay, good, great. Welcome.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Andrei Ohanian from UNDP. We will talk today about the building passportization and also about the energy passports and what is available in Armenia at the moment. But in 2019 and 2020, the UNDP jointly with the Ministry of Urban Development, we worked and studied all the related issues with regard to the passportization of the buildings or whatever was available in Armenia. And we studied the current situation, we studied the international experience, and particularly we managed to make and develop the multi-department and public building passport passport template, and also we have identified developed the procedure for filling in, and also we have developed some instructions how to fill in the passport. In general, we have a number of bottlenecks or obstacles at the moment, and this can be seen also in our report and in our analysis. Mainly, this is about these obstacles are the need of technical expertise, technical examination of the multi-department and public buildings. We have to do it, and at least once every 10 years in for example, public buildings. And also there was a challenge of making the building passports mandatory. And during the study, we find out that it cannot be mandatory, it can be optional. And so this is the principles of some sanctions. So for example, if the building is not has not passport, and that's why we find out that it should not be mandatory. And also we are talking about this is the barriers or the bottlenecks are the funding and the sources of funding. The other bottleneck is the information system, and also another problem was there were no people in charge or contact persons for the urban development cadastre, for maintaining the urban development cadastre, etc. In general, we have studied the experience of several countries in order to make our recommendations. This is about the format of the passports and also with regard to the maintaining the passportization process. We saw that in several countries they have this system. For example, in the Russian Federation, there is the unified environmental facade plaques or plates. In Belarus, they have technical passports. In Ukraine, you have the technical passports. For example, in European countries, they have the energy passports and the repair or renovation passports. Unlike the studies that we have studied. For the public and residential buildings, we have developed the unified template or format of the passport, which includes the general information about for example, about the multi-apartment building. We have also detailed information about the structures in general, and also there is an information about the commonly owned property and the components or elements of the commonly owned property in a building. And also there should be information about the key engineering structures of the commonly used areas in the building. In the public buildings, we have also similar format of the passport, where we indicate the general information about the building with other details, and also information about the connected side structures or detached structures that belong to the same building, like garages, etc., warehouses, and also information about the engineering infrastructures and the systems available in this building. In general, other than the passport format, we have also 17 inserts or attachments with different information and different on different topics, mainly. For example, the insert on the general technical condition of the building, the engineering survey or study, materials about which I will talk separately. For example, about the system of the seismic insulation, if applicable, the fire protection system, the technical conditions of the building, and etc. And similar information. So this passport may have 17 inserts. About the information about the location of the land plot, also the general layout of the building, the facade information. So actually there are 17 quite comprehensive inserts that should be included in the passport. For improvement of the passportization process, we have several recommendations. And these recommendations are as follows. First of all, this is the first is it should be imperative, should be the mandatory, and also the next is to collect reliable information based on the specific methodology, which should be clear. And there is a issue of the clean of the explicit or clear financing processes, the motivation of the owners, and also verification and the monitoring system, and also in the urban development sector, there should be a special separate standalone body or authorized entity who will be handling this process. And what shall we have as a result? As a result, we shall have systematic information about the building and the engineering components of the building. And which will be and also some baseline information for further renovation and retrofitting of the building, which are crucial. The development of the rules for operation and maintenance of the multi-apartment building, which was developed in 2020, thanks to these activities that we have done. In particular, we have studied the experience of Belarus, Russia, Britain, and a number of other European countries' experience, and we have studied so-called the way that they have passed so far. Mainly, this is about the services of the multi-apartment building, maintenance, increasing the reliability and safety. We have also the procedures for improving the performance of the building. I mean, the regulations for improving the performance of the building, etc., and other similar documents. And mainly, we faced a number of obstacles and barriers or gaps. Mostly they are of three types. First, illegal or institutional or financial. In the legal part, unfortunately, we do not have any good mechanism for control and our application measures or enforcement measures, because the unified operation norms are not perfect, and also the right of the title to the land at the moment is still open, because the land under the multi-apartment building is not owned, is not the title of the owners of the building. And also in the maintenance and operation of the building, there are various and controversial rules of games, and so they bring out some challenges, and naturally, and the sector is not regulated in a centralized way, meaning that it is not regulated by one authorized entity. And the next is the participation right of the owners is not ensured.
Andre, sorry. I'm really sorry. Could you wrap up very soon?
Andre, gaan through ma'am, catch copy, Andre. I will talk very fast about the energy passports of the building in 2016. According to the approved construction norm for the thermal production of the building, we have developed the grades of the energy efficiency of the building from A++ to C plus to C minus, which is considered as normal, and after that it is considered as effective class. The building's energy passport mainly is prepared according to the format of the national standard, and based of which the energy label is issued, which you can see here. So from A++ to C and D or E, which are considered as the least effective classes. And naturally, A++ is a high effective. So this much. If you have questions, you are welcome with your questions.
Thank you very much, Andre. It was very
Andre.
interesting to dig deep after the general European framework to check how it works in the region, especially for Armenia. We'll get back to questions after everybody finished their presentations. Thank you very much. I'm asking our next speaker in the row is Mr. Igor Litvinuk from UNECE. I don't see him. Are you here?
Mr. Litvinuk.
He's supposed to join online, and I don't see him.
But yes, he didn't
He notified me that he has some urgency and he will be late. Sorry, Andre, I didn't hear you.
Andre, yes,
Okay. Okay, so we go next to our next speaker, and if Mr. Litvinuk turns up later, then we can include him. But yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. We need to go on to the next speakers. Thank you very much for the discussion, but we have to respect that we have still three speakers and not too much time left. So we need to go on to the next speaker. Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Ms. Tanya Arzumanian, Head of Housing, Stock Management and Communal Infrastructure Department at the Urban Development Committee in the Republic of Armenia government. I think we met Ms. Arzumanian in our earlier conference in Brussels, so very much welcome again. And Ms. Arzumanian will talk about residential building management sector policy reform in Armenia. And the floor is yours.
Hello, Mr. colleagues, Mr. Msme. I'm happy to see you. I welcome any initiative which is aimed at discussing the primary issues in the field. Though my remarks were structured in a different way before, but in previous sessions, I want to reflect on the ideas presented during the sessions then on the housing stock and the previous. In order to be able to explain it later on, a brief reflection that in the Republic of Armenia, multi-apartment buildings are more than 19,000 in number. The count has been formed during the Soviet times, and with the privatization in 1990s, this new management model was launched. Everyone said condominiums, but the management system, because according to our existing legislation, there are three management ways: condominiums, licensed management, and the community-based management. In line to the management system formation, it's a bit under inertia process, but this is the way that no behavioral advancement among population and management system, unfortunately, we haven't had tangible positive results, and this sector needs to be significantly improved. In the recent years, the housing stock management issues has become focused. Unfortunately, there are more problems now, and because of that, the three main tasks raised by the government for the current and the upcoming periods, the three pillars of the activities is number one, the maintenance and operation issues. The second group of issues is the management system improvement, including reforms, including switching to professional management. We'll talk about that in more details. And the third issue, which I wanted to refer to separately, the poor, miserable situation of the part of the housing stock where the energy efficiency improvement issues are not recommended because they're subject to complete dismantling and reconstruction. I signify the role of UNDP in cooperating with us, and Habitat for Armenia, for Humanity, Armenia office, who helped us in coordinating these activities. And all of the framework of the raised issues, I want to talk about the issues of the most recent times, to focus on those ones, because in our opinion, any energy efficiency project to be covered by a project, the main issue is buildings as reliable partners issue. The first fact, which I want to focus, a little one, but it's good in terms of transparency. As you know, in Armenia, the maintenance and operation fees of the buildings were done in cash, in fewer cases. So started from 2021, each and every multi-apartment building, and not every condominium should have a separate account for each and every building to collect the monies, the payments online. Given the concerns of our colleagues and our own concern, this was encoded. Also the possibility to create a reserve fund, which can be used for not only the ongoing and current expenses, to use this fund for bigger projects and activities. The other thing changed in the law on multi-apartment buildings. We defined the retrofitting concept only, not only that, but also to make reference to the energy efficiency factors. Also, the proportion of voices for participating in any project, for making decisions, these were reviewed, and 50+1% was used instead of higher percentage used before, because there is a higher need for the existing buildings which were built before, where the residence rate is not 100%, and this adds additional problems. And the government approach to this question, if the state of the building is going to be improved, and then no homeowner suffers from this, they just benefit, and then these decisions could be made in a simpler ratio of votes. The other issue I want to link to the film demonstrate, because the resident said that it's good that this energy efficiency retrofitting was good, because the entrances are not dirty anymore. I think it's the perception in terms of the negligence in maintenance there is in the residents and managers. And this, the maintenance and operation and retrofitting of the building for each and every authority, because of lack of unified rules, they perceive it in their own ways. And this is the reason for the UNDP Armenia office and ourselves in the previous years, in the previous 2 years, they passed the procedure in place and they're approved this year already the rules for the multi-apartment buildings operation and maintenance rules. We think that these rules are a good one, a very good handbook for the management bodies, and there will be very good basis for retraining of the managers themselves. In this context of retraining, I want to stress that in the upcoming government program, there's such an objective defined to switch to professional system of multi-apartment building management. I want to say why have we driven to this conclusion. The developers who have good professional skills, they undertake the management of the building for a while unless the homeowners select their own authority. And the experience shows when these professional people work with the management issues, it's much more efficient. Of course, there is a factor of the building being newly built, but in any case, the approach, professional approach is quite different from the amateurish one. And that's the reason, and the existing setting is the reason that the government has an objective to switch transitionally to professional management. And these rules, which were approved with the support of UNDP Armenia office and the architectural and civil engineering university, we hope that this will be a good basis for the retraining and as training courses, and then we will be able to have a deeper attempt to switch to professional management. I wanted to reflect on a couple of ideas raised here, which are very important. Look, for the fulfillment of the functions in multi-apartment buildings, why do we need these projects? We know that the global objective, reduction of CO2 emissions, and number two is to alleviate energy poverty. What was important in the previous session, the energy poverty alleviation is the objective, but actually under the credit programs, the buildings could be participating, those who are more solvent. And here, there's a need to compare these two issues, and the state with that objective already in Moses, when it does energy efficiency improvement buildings in projects in buildings, the main stakeholders are state, community, and the UNDP project who is involved. And the groups are more vulnerable in the Moses, so there are support projects implemented there. On the opposite, in Yerevan, for example, under the Habitat project, there are loan projects. In this case, when defining the targets, there is a problem because starting from the depending upon the vulnerability of the community, of building residents, we think there's a need to define these groups, because we need to mention that it was spoken about that of being involved in the program. It was signified as a positive indicator that the management body uses its own assets as collateral, but I don't think it's a good practice, because the state should have a comprehensive solution rather than a situational one. We have to create such a reliable situation for them to be able to be interested to work and operate. So there was such a risk that because of their personal debt or the capital asset, they tried to make retentions and charges, and this has been already solved. It's encourageable, this approach, but I think the regulations in a legal country should be systematic to solve the issue systematically too. And there's a key word which I want to mention. Everyone's talked about condominiums collection rate from. We should remind this is the rate of the payments of the residents, not the collection rate of the charges from the residents. And I should also talk about the passport system. My colleague already presented the study. I'm happy to tell that the passport packages, the two laws and bylaws already developed, the laws already submitted to the government review. We talked about the mandatory status. According to the package, it's mandatory for the newly built buildings. My colleague mentioned that for the existing ones, the significant expenditure, which should be gradually, in our opinion, it's a technical state review, it's a survey, so the state won't be able to do it alone. That's why we thought of doing this in a phased manner. The passportization is very important related to the residential stock. That would have been a wonderful tool for decision making. Today's key topic is selection of buildings. Ms. Mirzakhanyan mentioned that the buildings were selected or the community selects the buildings. By introducing the passport system, we should have a very good tool for decision making, which would go from discretionary one to the system as they will be put on a common base, because without data, the selection of buildings is not yet systematic. It's still discretional, or the buildings are selected which can be involved independently. I would like to focus and stress specifically the ratio of the votes, but by the law on multi-apartment apartments, there is a provision that the support programs, it's about the state support. I would like to know and keep informed that for any program, there should be a condition of mandatory participation of the citizens. Think it's symbolic, but still this should be mandatory. We consider participation as Nerevutsun.
I'm sorry, Ms. Arzumanyan, we need to close soon because we are running out of time. If you could, thank you. Sorry.
I'm almost finished, thank you. When we talk about participation of citizens, it sounds like we consider only for the decision-making process, but we also consider this participation not only in decision-making, but also any small participation for this resident to be interested in maintaining the property. Unfortunately, I can't go longer. I have a question, taking the privilege of being the speaker to other speakers. We talked about energy passports. Andre presented that the energy passport will be one of the packages annexes. I'm interested, what's the interesting practice? In which frequency they should be reviewed, or they shouldn't be reviewed because even citizens renew their passports once per 10 years. Is there any such frequency practice for the passports? That was my question. I just wanted to know about this. Thank you. I'm finished.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It was great to see all the progress in the policy and all the good examples you mentioned. So very much appreciate that. And I'm asking Andre or Jonathan if you want to answer the question.
I can quickly answer from an EU perspective. The energy performance certificates are currently, they need to be updated every 10 years. But it's suggested now that this should be true for buildings with a higher performance, while the lowest performing buildings need to update their certificate every 5 years.
Thank you. Andre, any comments?
We can't hear the speaker, sorry. We can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's a common mistake I make. I'm really sorry. I just thanked Ms. Arzumanian for the great presentation and hope to continue the discussion on the policy. And I want to introduce our probably last speaker today, Ms. Larissa Schreckenbach, project director at EVO, the housing initiative for Eastern Europe, based in Berlin, Germany. And Larissa will talk about buildings digitalization and promotion of professional housing management in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. Larissa, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, dear participants. Thank you very much for invitation extended to me to participate in this conference and an opportunity to talk about professional management of housing. Our organization is implementing an initiative of EVO in Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. Johan Streise, our colleague, spoke about our organization, EVO. He was speaking from Berlin. Therefore, only a few words. The organization was established in 2001 based on the initiative of the Bundes Ministry of Construction. We're working in the former Soviet Union, not only in Eastern Europe, but also in Central Asia and Caucasus. We have about 200 million people living in EVO project region. Our partners are basically EU, federal ministries of Germany, this Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, Ministry of Environment. We have been using UNDP, European Development Bank, European Regional Development Bank, etc. And their funds, and European Investment Bank as well. So we are looking at the energy efficiency upgrade of the entire housing stock, development of cooperatives, housing cooperatives, which is now being widely discussed in many countries of the former Soviet Union, integrated energy efficiency, and inclusion of that into urban development and creation of integrated energy efficiency district is also a part of our tasks. So the project started in 2020, will end in 2023. It's a Prim House project, which is funded partially by EU under the project of Central Asia Invest, which supports the SMEs. Our main partners are so-called BIOS, business intermediary organizations, management associations, and we have two basic areas where we work. We have Hausmeister and a Hausmeister is an intermediary between the inhabitants who has a special catalog of tasks, and he is, so to speak, the soul of the building. This profession has been introduced in many countries. It was introduced in Baltic countries, in Belarus. Ukraine is now busy with that. So we are actually including this into the program of professional coaches. Ms. Arzumanian already mentioned clearly that in Armenia, we have a transition to professional management. This is a very good approach, and we share the same vision. I will present some pro-arguments for professional housing management. The second one is development of the associations, training, increase of their knowledge and skills for those managers who are already in the management, into the management profession. So what would be my message through the slide? The project has some training components, so-called TOT. We had it in 2020, also in 2021, and we will relaunch this TOT starting April 2022. So information that you see here collects all information for 20 and 21. You can find it in the library. Lots of information in Russian, basically, related not only to the housing management, but also energy efficiency upgrade. This is not only German experience, because our experts from the EU network will represent not only Germany, but also Baltic countries, in other words, post-Soviet countries. I would recommend you to look at this material. In the publications part, there are some interesting articles and materials published about energy efficiency, and there is also separate material developed by Kazakhstan for the colleges which prepare professional managers. This is the first part of the presentation that I wanted to share with you. Now let's talk about the arguments. Why do we need to develop professional management of multi-apartment buildings? First of all, housing is one of the vital needs of the human being, and it should be safe and reliable. So those are complex systems with new systems of heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and this makes those houses even more complicated and requires even more professional approaches. So those who have been selected and do it at the level of condominium are not sufficient. they should know issues related to digitization and upgrade of the multi-apartment houses. This is a topic that is moving ahead, and all managers one day or the other will face those issues. So those days we were focusing on the need to include all this into the education programs. During the energy upgrade, we have discussed the issues related to the problems of the owners. The last speaker also spoke about the issues of the manager related to technical issues, legal issues, modernization, planning, etc., and social issues, which is not included here, and who can help to solve all those problems. Only those who include all so every manager should have relevant knowledge in order to become an intermediary. In order to do that, you have to organize a tender, you have to choose a manager, you have to assess the knowledge, then you have to also accept the work that he is doing or she is doing. And of course, the manager should have appropriate level of knowledge and should be a very good communicator. So he should be able to work with all stakeholders and also work with the owners and of the flats or buildings. There are smart cities, there are smart plants, there are plants which are now being managed by a few people. And in the agriculture, we have also some innovations which are being used in order to connect, for example, agriculture to space science, in order to use the space technologies for the surveillance and for the predictions and forecast. So here we have to improvise in 3 different directions, and for all 3 directions we have decided to include in our educational programs or curriculum. First of all, is control and management of appliances and equipment in the building itself, smart meters, etc. The second one is the digitalization and optimization of the management company. So, I don't know, paper-free process, online checking of the documents. And the third one is client, working with the clients, online work with the clients, which developed recently during the pandemic. Here, I would like to give you an example from Germany, starting from December 1st of 2020. The owners of the buildings and flats may decide whether they have to participate in the General Assembly online. There is such a possibility. It has, of course, some negative consequences, but also has some advantages. Disadvantages are lack of computers in case of elderly population, inability or unwillingness to work with computers, or desire to communicate in person, and not to lose interaction as a result of online. if they do not live in the house, they nevertheless, being the owner of the apartment, can online participate in the General Assembly. So we can also name some smart detectors of the smoke, which not only warn about the smoke, but also sends messages to relevant organizations, for example, to fire department. There are sensors for the doors and windows. If they're broken, immediately inform about that. There are also some other remote controls which help to program for several days ahead how the heating in the house should change. Those could be digital locks, door locks, which could be blocked or unblocked via smartphones. This could be use of electric cars. So if someone wants to buy an electric car and wants to charge it near the house, the owners may decide to have such a parking space with the charging option. I'm about to finish. I would also like to remind you about one of the surveys we did. 134 enterprises participated in this, how often they use digitization in their decisions. 78 management companies said that they do it regularly, 10 often, 7 sometimes, 4 and 2 rarely, or never. So the presentation will be sent to you, and the survey is quite extensive. You can also get acquainted with it. And the message of my presentation will be as follows: start digitalization in your country, start actually professional education of your managers, innovative topics such as digitalization, energy efficiency in the buildings, energy saving, upgrade, add also communication skills to the management skill, because that's one of the most important ones, the ability to communicate with different stakeholders and clients. And this is a very attractive profession for the youngsters. Here you have my contact data. You can definitely get in touch with me anytime. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larissa. I very much appreciate. It was a great kind of summary of all what we discussed about improving maintenance and management of buildings, digitalization, putting everything in the broader region, and driving experience from the region. Thank you very much for that. I'm asking, we have one of our speakers yesterday, if Mr. Yasmin Gabela, if you are still with us, would you like to go ahead and share your presentation, which you couldn't do yesterday? Okay, if you can wrap it up in 8 minutes, 8 to 10 minutes, then we are still fine with time. Okay. Yes, yes, we can see it. Thank you. Go ahead. Yasmin Gabela is representing Enova from Bosnia and Herzegovina, a very good and old habitat partner. Go ahead, please. Thank you, Yasmin. It was great that we could include you here. I think it really fitted very well here, especially to the first two presentations, and also generally how this, the tool you developed, the 3D tool you developed, how it can contribute to the more precise planning and implementing renovation projects. Thank you very much for that. I listened to you several times, and I always fascinated by this, what you achieved there in Bosnia. Thank you for that. We have a couple of minutes for questions before we wrap up the session. I'm asking, I can't see any questions in the chat, but I encouraged if any of the speakers want to comment or add to the other presentation, or if there are any questions in the room in Yerevan, please go ahead and ask your questions. We have probably 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes to questions now. Yasmin, can you ask? Yeah. Thank you, Yasmin. I wonder if either somebody from Armenia, either from the government or UNDP Armenia, is there anyone who would like to comment on the question? I think we had a problem with the interpretation for online. I couldn't hear it. I don't know if others could hear the interpretation in English.
I was translating to Russian. This is not my responsibility, so the other interpreter should take over it.
1, 2, 3. Can you hear now?
By the way, did you hear
Hello?
my voice at least?
No, I haven't heard anything, only Miss.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Then the other
Can you hear me?
interpreters were on the wrong channel.
You have to change the channel.
Yeah, but yes, I can hear you now, but I haven't heard any of the interpretations in the last 2 minutes.
Okay. Let me summarize what she says.
Thank
she says
you.
that
Thank you.
yes, she says that today the government has adopted the action plan until 2030, which is the follow-up document of the expired document, and it includes the actions and the policy and the strategy for energy efficiency until 2030. It includes different elements, starting from the strategy till the specific actions with regard to the energy efficiency. This is what she says.
Thank you very much.
She says that each faction, each process is distributed among the specific ministries or agencies who are in charge in this specific sphere of activities.
Thank you very much. And just flagging that what I know is that the European Commission is now recasting the energy performance of buildings. And now what was called the long-term national renovation plans are now called the national building renovation strategies. I think with a very similar content, but that the name will be different for that. Okay, Ed, thank you very much for the question and for the answer. Any other questions from the audience or any of the speakers have anything to add?
May I ask?
Yes, Arsen, please go ahead.
Yeah, actually, it was very interesting, the presentation made by Miss Larissa. The family name is very difficult to pronounce. Actually, we have met in Almaty in 2018 together with our colleagues from Urban Development Committee, Ms. Tanya Azumanyan, Yevgenia Atayan, and myself. I was working in the UNDP project for more than 10 years, and now recently I changed my job. I wonder, Larissa, if we can initiate similar activity for this private involvement, professional involvement for property management in Armenia, kind of project, because Urban Development Committee, our colleagues from UNECE, they are working on that, and it would be good to combine our efforts somehow.
May I add a couple
Sure,
words?
please go ahead. Yes.
It's very good if we start closer communication between all countries of the former Soviet Union, because this exchange of information would be very important. German experience is a very good one. It could be useful, but in Germany, they had completely different preconditions and prerequisites. Our organization is located in Berlin, as you know, and we, in the framework of bilateral German-Belarus projects, have established so-called MOM. And many associations of housing managers are part of this network. Due to pandemic, of course, we have developed a form of communication which we call colloque. So we take one issue and we have 2 hours, and then we do a survey around all former Soviet Union countries in order to learn their opinion. Several of colloques will be organized this year.
It's a kind of brainstorming.
To see.
And Yuri, sorry, and one reflection regarding what Larissa said before, regarding digitalization. And so My colleague Andre Ohanyan, who presented the building passport forms, actually, and he also slightly mentioned that about the TOR. Actually, the terms of reference is developed within that that activity for creating a buildings database. And the creation of this building database is very crucial because it will be based on the passports, on the information coming from passports, which should be, let's say, collected periodically. And why we consider this to be in place, and this is also in line with what you said, Larissa, that digitalization is very important for all aspects. We consider this the proper maintenance of multi-apartment buildings. We can consider this as a public interest. If, for example, I, as the owner of multi-apartment, apartment in the multi-apartment building, if I do not pay properly, then I create problems for my neighbors, and this can be considered as public interest. And in that regard, the state can step in, and do some measures. Thank you.
Thank you, Arsen. I think you raised a very important issue, which is part of management, the collection of monthly fees and how to make sure payment. I think we need to wrap up this conversation now. It has been a long day. If there are no other questions, thank you for everyone, both for the audience in Yerevan and all of you who joined online. It was a very richful conversation. I think we addressed many aspects of building management and maintenance. And I don't know if, Jonathan, you want to add anything?
No, just
okay. So you're just here. Okay, yeah. It's good. Yeah, and I want to give back the word to my distinguished colleague, Ms. Varsanik Kloyan, to have a wrap up of the day and close day 2. Varsanik, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day. Bye-bye.